All right. So the part we left off yesterday. Yeah, we want to handle the trailing zero columns and make them just one column. I think that would be a nice, easy one to do. And yeah, we started scaffolding that out a bit. All right, so what I want to do is double check what the data looks like coming back from the network. So we see this utilization value. And what's up, Devil's Eye? How you doing? So we don't necessarily want to do this. All right, let's just get this into a variable that we might like. And yeah, Merry Christmas. How you doing? All right, so then from here, right? So what we want to do here then, let's call this split index equal right. We'll call it dot length. Right. So I always forget slice and splice and all that. Let me go look at JS slice. Right, okay. So yeah, we give it the split index here, and we're going to call this 0 values. All right, so here's kind of what I want to do. Right, we got quota.data there. And actually, we can just mutate the data. Yeah, so we'll do that. If it's greater than 0, then we do stuff, and we mutate it, and we keep setting it at the end. All right, so if this is greater than 0, now hold on, we're doing a const for utilization. And that's fine. So what we'll end up doing then is quota.data.utilization. Now hold on, what's the value that we got in here? It is label and accounts. And we'll call this label at split. Right, so we do label at split parts. This is dot split, but we're splitting on the dash. Right, so then new label is yeah, that should be good. So then this is new label. Okay, do we think we did it? Um, no. And that's because we're doing amount instead of accounts. All right, so let's see what we got going here. Oh. All right, so we found split index at 2, and yeah, bam. So now we get our two values, 0 to 20%, 20% to 40%, and greater than 40%. I like it. We got there. All right, who needs advent of code when you got problems like this to solve anyway? Now, hold on. Let me double check. Okay, cool. So we did that one thing that we wanted to do. We don't have any balances yet. Accounts here fails out. Yes, we need to make the accounts page work. All right, so let's go back to our script for generating fixture data. That'll kick off our back end and rebuild our data. But, oh, we've got a failure there. Port is already occupied. I think that was just a weird bug. Okay, so yeah, creating the accounts. We can probably shorten that wait. And yeah, Merry Christmas, everyone. What you up to? Anything fun? Oh, I should definitely go through and clean up some of this output. Ooh, that's good. Is it a homemade sauce or store bought? Hell yeah, that sounds good. Oh, the database was still going. We might have messed something up there. We'll see. I gotta think about what I'm eating for dinner tonight. I didn't even think about it. Wish my rice cooker was set up properly. Hmm. Yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna have to think about it. But let's do this part. Oh, and chaotic. Are you watching some of the football game stuff? Hold on. I think this stuff was still going. I almost made a mistake this morning. Like the waiver wire stuff went through, but I almost didn't like set my kicker and my defense, which would have been a huge mistake. What do you mean? Like here on stream? No, I'll probably have one here in a bit. Definitely not going to go crazy like I did yesterday. Okay, that's an interesting one. We got a 400 bad request. Magic link code did not match code for user. I think we got a bug there. I'll just stop and restart. Hey, how's it going there? Delay? I don't know how to pronounce your name, but English only, please. I don't know what that said, so I have to delete it. And what up, Gokton? How you doing? Yeah, and hold on. No, we're going to kill that part. We need to fix some of the stuff here in our queues because we're just getting drowned out by some noise. I mean, was it nice? Or was it rude? Oh, okay. Well, yeah. How you doing there, Greg? No, no. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I can understand. I meant for them, if they're still around. If not, no worries. All right, so we're gonna see a bunch of those. All right, so we create our accounts. We do a bit of a pause. This right here, though, it's in architect functions. And the AWS SDK. Hmm. We do still get a couple connection reset, like errors or timeouts. Or, yeah, another timeout. Oh, now we're getting a bunch of timeouts. Okay, so here's something I want to check in the architect docs. Okay, that was weird. GitHub's having some issues right now, it seems. Like images didn't load. Okay, there we go. That was a weird one. So I'm looking for the queue logic. I'm wondering if there's a way we can set like a concurrency value on the queue. No. So there is no repo there. Hmm. So if we look at it, we see some docs stuff. We see some stuff in the Python functions. For better organizing a GitHub repo? Mm, for the most part, the tooling you use to scaffold a project will actually have an opinion about how you should structure your GitHub repo, right? So it's more like project specific there, Sam. As an example, Turbo repo for like JavaScript monorepos has like a specific pattern for like a packages folder and an apps folder, that kind of thing. But in Go code, there's a common pattern for just throwing everything up at the top level, which I think is a little weird. So yeah, it really depends on the language and the framework you're using. All right, so arc.services is really like where this part's happening. Right, and it's doing some like all right, so require dot events queues. So pub factory and sub factory. I think that's actually where we were. So this publish function. This is really doing most of the heavy lifting. Hmm. Okay, and publish sandbox is a different thing. All right, so if local, they do this publish sandbox thing. If local and there's a port that we want to connect to. Otherwise, it's something that just gets the ports and calls it, but we don't want to do publish AWS. So yeah, publish sandbox is the heavy lifting in here. And it's just a post request to a queues endpoint. Interesting. They're not passing any like body with it though. Like this is just the response callback. So where's the queue actually doing its work? Let me get more music going. Hmm. Yeah, yeah, it definitely does do some like weird, like silliness. It's definitely not perfect. Um, but I mean, the reason I'm digging into it the way I am right now is mainly because I just want to see if I can like get the throttling like set up because we're overloading Dynalite. Hmm. Yes, this is just like the CLI stuff. Sandbox is really what we're looking for. Hmm. Oh, so it does seem like it was actually there in listener here. How's it going, Swanky? Yeah, Merry Christmas. What the fuck? they named a variable LOL. Like, why? This is fine. This is also fine. Okay, so there you go, Zach. There's some of the silliness. LOL. So yeah, if it's a queue or an event, we do these things, and anything else, who knows? Like, okay. Like laugh out loud. Yeah, I think so. All right. So it seems to me it's got to be something to do with the event bus, right? And what's up, Sergio? How you doing? Okay. So really, yeah, I think this event bus is getting overloaded. And yeah, Merry Christmas, Swanky. How you doing? Okay, so let's look at trying to get logged back in. We get this value. We should be able to log in with it at least. All right, so we get logged in, but we don't have any balances. Why don't we have a balance? Like, we're definitely creating one now. All right, so it's not wrong. We're not getting that created. Why? All right, so let's try this. All right. So let's see that. Nope. Sorry there, Horlocks. Okay, so we see the balance get created there. And now it's there. So here's what I think I want to do. We go create these things, and then before we go and loop over all of these things, or maybe after we do it, what do you mean by copy? Like, they could take the idea, but ideas are cheap. If you're talking about them taking the code, anyone who would copy the code from Stream isn't capable of actually maintaining it. So it's not a problem there, Mango. The idea, go for it. If you think you can, deliver on this idea better and faster than me, go for it. It's not a unique idea. Ideas are cheap. I just meant in general. That's all. So yeah, we still get a bit of that going. What's up, Zentorian? How you doing? What you up to? Anything fun? All right, this should be finished now. So we do this search. We do get a balance back. Okay. This is a Mac. Yep. So when working on a game, maybe something like Minecraft, how would one make profiles for people where it holds a username? Might have a database for that sort of thing, but is that web-based? How does that work? Are you talking about like profiles for networking? Or do you mean just local? If it's going to be up on the internet, yeah, you need some kind of server set up for it. You could definitely do like a peer-to-peer networking thing, but that gets tricky. Okay, so here's something to think about. You need to set up a server. That is basically going to be web stuff. Yeah. So one thing we could do, we could introduce timeouts into this like publish queue. That will slow things down. But it might be the only like proper way to do it. So here's a thought. What is a good like throttled system we could use for this stuff? All right, they do it as a for loop instead. The problem right now is that we are overloading our database, right? Because it's just a local database. Dynamo wouldn't have this problem. Dynamo could have this problem. I don't think we would run into this problem with Dynamo. But the main issue is that our local Dynalite instance, which is a Dynamo emulator, but locally running, is actually timing out. And my thought is maybe to introduce some throttling to this. I want to see what their technique for this stuff might be. Now, one thing is we could just lower the number of accounts that we're creating and some of that stuff. That would probably help, right? If we just crank this down to like 500, we're probably fine. Let's see if we get any timeouts at 500 accounts. We already saw one. That connection was reset on 4444. It's called Dyna Light. We can do some of that, Mango, but part of the issue is that what you're seeing in that loop that we had, like we go up to here, this is still, like this is publishing to an event queue. And that queue is then responsible for creating transactions for these account balances. So even then, inside of each one of these, there's a bunch of stuff. So we could do like a throttled, like adding these things to the queue. Like that's fine. It would take a lot longer, but it might be worth it. I just mainly wanted to see how much we were going to get those networking issues. We're able to load the balances. Like, I don't know. This is probably fine. Let's try logging in, seeing what our data looks like. And Lil Saf. We didn't actually do that Mantine like UI issue. Pasting worked, but then like the second time we paste didn't. And we're not solving that until we solve some other things. So it's just on our like project board, like over here. So right now the project board is for tasks like that I could easily forget. The server is spawned only once. Basically, once Dynalite is killed, it empties out. There is no persistence with Dynalite. Well, I wonder, that might be the right way to do all this. If we could just seed Dynalite without having to do this like request BS, that might be the option. So yeah, I think that would actually be our better option, right? See if we can just seed data without having to go over HTTP. That would be huge. It does look like there is a path value. Path to use for the level DB store, which is in memory by default. So yeah, we could populate a level DB store instead. So yeah, I don't know enough about level DB, but that's probably the way we should do this. Yeah, exactly. But realistically, if I just load up level DB as a library and then save it to a file, then we can just load that in to Dynalite somehow. Maybe. It'll probably involve patching architect in some way, which is doable. Alfredo pasta was good. Nice. Wait, what the hell is level up and level down? Hey, Goliath. Thank you for the sub. Welcome. Yeah, it's the itchy beanie again. Oh, Lil Seth, we fixed the zero problem. The zero problem's easy. Yeah, the other problem we have is just related to like references. After like pasting and then deleting, it doesn't paste in. Like the value pastes, but the fields don't fill. So Lil Seth, like, no, we solved the pasting problem for sure. It's actually just after you've pasted, if you delete, then you can't paste in again. Like you can and it'll work, but you can't actually see the values after a paste. It's a very like subtle edge case, and that's why I'm not worried about it. Like zeros are not the problem anymore. Yeah, Merry Christmas, Goliath. Let me get more music going. Whoa. Whoa. Hey, thanks for the gifted subs. And Valorant gifted some too. Aw, thanks, Valorant. I forgot about that promotion. Yeah, dude, thank you. So yeah, who got it? Nad Flenders. That's a great name. X Metrics, Hellhound, Mr. Bankster, Steel Toad, and Mystic Chain Mage. Yeah, thank you. Merry Christmas. Let me get more music going. Well, now, what's that one? Is that just the hype train? Oh, did someone else gift? I missed it. Hold on. Hold on. Okay, I think it was just catching up. But yeah, thank you. Merry Christmas. So, I don't think I need a lot of this other junk. Yeah. I just need to generate a level DB database file. And then I need to hook into the part of architect that is calling that so that it actually takes in the path to the DB file. And then we're good. Oh, I haven't. I mean, we looked a little bit. I don't think any of these are actually like the main issue. And hold on, Lil Seth been working on a chat messaging side project app during the holidays. Thanks to Chat GPT for helping you out. There you go. And Lil Seth, yeah, the zero value did break pasting, but then we just fixed that. It was easy enough to fix that part. Oh, so has external DB. Oh, interesting. Okay, so we could theoretically just set arcdb external. It looks like it's just a Boolean, though. And hell yeah. Yeah, thanks for the hype train, guys. All right, so I found the paths. There's some of our architect stuff. Aha, so we would then have to do arc tables port, and then we could spin up everything. Okay. Okay, so there are two options. We could spin up Dynalite ourselves with the database file. And we can set up like a more throttled API request like to it, right? So that we're not going to run into any of the throttling issues. So we could even just do that raw with Dynalite, or we could do it in a Docker image using DynamoDB local. And I'm wondering if we would even have a problem with this anymore. Uh, well, I mean, it's a Java package, so I would assume it's Java inside of Docker. Yeah, I wonder if running this would avoid a lot of like the timeout issues we were getting. Because I think we were just overloading. I think we're just overloading Dynalite, but maybe it's just we're opening up too many connections and it's not going to matter. So yeah, we don't need to download this. We can just use the Docker container. Because I don't think I want to run Java directly. Right? I think containerizing that makes a lot of sense. So hold on. Let's go back and look at Dynalite again. So what I'm thinking, we could go in and do the file thing and override some of that. And we could do like the pnpm like patch kind of thing. Realistically, we don't need to do the patch, and we can just do DynamoDB external, run that ourselves. Okay. I kind of like this experimental like idea. So if we do just create a file for it. Yeah, the hat and the hoodie. It's a good combo, for sure. So basically what I'm thinking is we're going to run into an issue no matter what with Dynalite, with the current script that we have. What I want to do then is we will create a fixture script and instead of running it on every single startup, we'll just have a script to reset it. And someone did recommend this the other day too. It's just we hadn't dug into Dynalite nearly enough to know if this was even possible. But this might be the move. Yeah, let's try this. Okay, so what we'll do all right, so we added Dynalite. Oh, and hold on. So what about Amazon's DynamoDB Local? They actually do recommend DynamoDB Local. Okay. Yeah, let's do it. All right, so do I have Docker running? I don't. When DynoBase goes away. Get out of here, DynoBase. All right, so Glasses recommends OrbStack. All right, we'll update it, sure. Interesting. All right. All right, so what we want to do here then is we're going to create a Docker compose.yaml file. Okay. Yeah, so in memory is false. Okay, so we'll do this as, let's see, hold on. What do we got over here? So DynamoDB admin right there. Sure. I'll just do a new tab. Sure, we can update on my Zish. All right, so that's up and running and pretty fast. So then let me look at my pnpm dev command. So we got watch HTTP here. And it does a run start. And we see start right there. And we can just run fixtures scaffold separate. All right, so we do that. That should end up failing out on us, right? Because we don't have the port set. So now for Dynalite, or not Dynalite, Architect. Right, we want arc tables port. Right, and because we're doing that, I probably want to put it over in between these. Here we head back to Waltr, apps API. Fixtures scaffold. Hold on. We did see one connection reset error. That was to 4444. We end up getting an error from that, which doesn't seem like a huge problem. Ah, address not available. We don't see any, like, errors there. Interesting. So we may still need to do some throttling. Yeah, hold on. So here's something, though. What if we go and log in? Is our user created and persistent? And yeah, what up, Foxtrot? How you doing? Interesting. Okay. So what I want to do is fiddle with my fixtures endpoint. All right, we'll comment these things out again. And yeah, Merry Christmas. How you doing? So then from here, I do need to get the server up. So we do the fixtures scaffold thing now. Right, okay. All right, we can go get logged in. We can see that we have a balance. We have a quota. Okay. 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 So, right, like part of our script, we could actually just break it up. Like, we still want to throttle things. Like, here's the next thing I want to double check. Right, we get the database up and running here. Can we still refresh? Yes, so our token doesn't expire anymore. So yeah, we've also kind of solved our logout problem too. Okay. So hold on. Here's one thing I want to try. I want to like Mongolian beef noodles instead of rice. So it is a thing. I think I want to try it. Yeah, I think I want to do some Mongolian beef tonight for dinner. I could always do chow mein. Chow mein's good. I don't know. I'll have to start thinking about it soon because I'll have to start getting the meat thawing. I haven't done chicken chow mein in a long time either. Yeah, I don't know. I'll have to think about it. I could always do a carbonara as well. Chow mein sounds really good right now. Yeah. So we'll flip a coin on if I want to do a chicken or a pork chow mein. I'm wondering what, like, how I would season the pork differently. Or not the pork, but the chicken. Probably the same seasoning, right? Nice part is the chicken thaws really fast. Okay, so yeah, back to what we're doing. So we can just refactor our fixtures endpoint to throttle these things better. And it's not a big deal because we're only going to run it maybe once. Like once every little bit. So yeah, like we'll be able to make the data persist, and that would save us time on the restart. I still want to be able to like kill and randomize the database, but for what we got right now, I think yeah, I think we've kind of solved some of our other local dev problems, such as like having to relog in whenever we restart, which will improve our developer experience quite a bit. So yeah, let me get more music going. And let me go pee real quick. And then, yeah, we can pour a beverage. Tomorrow's a work day, so got to pace myself a bit. But yeah, so I'll be right back. Give me a second. Ooh, I just realized I have I have some pho that's pretty good. So I could do some beef pho. It would probably be pretty delicious too. Okay, so we got options for dinner. I'm not sure what we're gonna have yet. Oh, itchy forehead. And I know I was planning on cutting my hair on stream today. I didn't shower this morning, and hair's feeling a little greasy. So it just never cuts right. So, yep, I'll have to save it for another day. Maybe New Year's. So yeah, how's everyone's Christmas? Anyone get anything as a gift that they were really hoping for? Anyone give a gift they're really proud of? What's up, Nacho? How you doing? Okay, so yeah, we can just throttle these. So yeah, we'll do 1,000 users again still. We can just kill that for now. 4 in syntax. I rarely use 4 in, but I should more. And it's, yeah, 4 const. Got it. Uh, Wait, what? Why does it think it counts? Oh, it thinks account is an any? Oh, because it's properties in an object. Oh, right. So yeah, I just got to do a regular for loop. Yeah, I forgot that. Yep. All right, so then account dot ID. Then yeah, this ends up being just arcqueues publish. We'll say 1 second. And then yeah, we do the same thing. Now, realistically, because we're looping all of these anyway, we could just grab this publish. And do another awaited timeout after that. Okay, so then call that good. We'll do a compose down, then up. All right, so that should clear out our data. Oh, we do that. And then, yeah, once we've kind of really honed in on this whole process, we'll create some commands that encapsulate some of this logic, right? Like those environment variables and spinning up Docker Compose and then running that endpoint script. We're pretty close with it, actually. So it's not that big a deal, but it is a bit of rigmarole to set up that process. So yeah, we generate that. Now, part of this problem might be running into a timeout on this endpoint or on this request. But as we look at it, right, and this runs pretty slow. So yeah, the 1 second between these things doesn't seem too bad so far. Like, it will take a little bit for this script to actually run for us, though. However, we should be able to go log in now. Our token should have been invalid, though. Yep, 1,800 items. Okay. Yep, we're getting notes added to these things. So, yeah, I feel like we're on the right track. Like, this, script to populate things just takes a long time, which is actually going to be part of a problem. Because we're going to time out inside of this script. But we haven't hit that timeout yet. So yeah, this can just keep going. I am really curious. Does Docker Compose down delete the volume? I think it does, right? Yeah, so technically we should have been logged out. I'm a little curious why we were not logged out. Because it should have been a whole fresh user and a whole fresh token. So there's something off there, but I don't know what yet. Oh, okay. Nope. So we're good there. We're getting transactions now. Perfect. Oh, that's way better. Nice. Okay. So this is interesting. Let me look at my script. Oh. Well, that would actually be the problem. Yeah, we did balances twice. Okay, so let's just do a down and then an up again. Gotta get up to get down. All right, the server there killed itself, which is fine. What I'm wondering next is, right, it seems like we might be able to fine-tune this timing down a bit. But yeah, we did transaction-based balance ID there. That was a mistake. Oh, really? Did Lamar kill it? Hold on, let me look at this. Ooh, yeah, 29 points. I mean, your Mahomes did all right, too. It was Kelsey that you should probably be a little bummed on. Wow, your Baltimore defense sitting on your bench, though. Oof. Yeah, there you go, exactly. Exactly. What's up, Magoo? How you doing? All right, so hold on. I'm going to save this, but I want to go back a bit. All right, redo back up to that. And then, yeah, this should actually be quotas. You're thinking of purchasing Code Academy. Do I think it would be worth it? I mean, have you done any other like coding tutorial kind of bootcamp things yet? I would also point out that I don't know Code Academy specifically, but we do tend to recommend Free Code Camp here. There's also Odin Project. But the biggest thing to remember is that you don't want to bounce around from like free boot camp to free boot camp or even to the paid ones or whatever. The main gist is that once you've done one of them, you should just start building stuff. You're never going to remember everything perfectly. The best devs out there still have to Google stuff. Like earlier today, I had to look up the syntax for JS slice because I forgot it. You know, it's not a problem. So don't worry about memorizing everything. Just actually get into the habit of building stuff and the patterns in which you need to like fetch information because you can't memorize everything anyway, right? So that's the practice that you're going to need after you've done at least one of those like tutorial sites. But you don't want to get into tutorial hell, which is what I'm getting at. You don't want to bounce around from Free Code Camp to Odin Project to Code Academy to blah, 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 to blah, 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 right? It can feel like you're getting a lot done, but you're not actually getting anything done. So Code Academy might be fine. I don't know. I'm not giving you any directive on which of those like online tutorial sites you should use or whatever, right? Free Code Camp's free though. But the big thing is you cannot stay in tutorial hell forever. You have to get yourself out of that. So that's fine, Rylands. I would say for front end, yeah, Free Code Camp. Just do Free Code Camp. right? They're going to start you out in HTML, CSS, which you're going to have to know for front end. They're even going to teach you some React kind of stuff. If I could type. Oh my God, there we go. So hold on, let's look at some of their curriculum real quick. I think that's a tough project. What I would recommend, Rylands, is all of your ideas for projects go into a list somewhere. Sorry, this beanie's really itchy. Right, so once your ideas are in a list, then you can sort and filter them based upon the ones that you think you can get done sooner, based upon the size of their scope. I would recommend smaller scoped projects at first, but trying to build something big will teach you about understanding scope. So, I don't know, like that's up to you. What I would mainly get at is eventually you probably want to get into front-end development with React or something, right? So yeah, Bootstrap, maybe learn a little bit just to understand it. jQuery, learn a little bit. SaaS, less relevant. The React part, less useful because they're doing like older style React. So yeah, Free Code Camp might be not the best for the React stuff. And what I was looking at is if they actually have any projects where they connect you to a server. Right, so the Odin project. Do they do something that's like a more full-featured application, right? They do all right. Yeah, I would say Odin Project might get you a little closer to what you're looking for, especially because I think their JavaScript stuff might be a little more up to date, but let me double check that. So if we look at the React, if we open the course, maybe not. Yeah, it looks like they're still class-based. So, I don't know. Anyone have like a good resource for learning like modern React? I guess the modern React docs are really good. But do they actually like show connecting to servers and stuff? So Tobbs, that was actually the one that they were looking at. Is Code Academy actually like good? If so, then awesome. I tend to opt for free, personally. But if you were already considering it and we got someone backing up that it's up to date and worth doing, then yeah, maybe that's fine. I do like how they really get you to like the React capstone and like, building actual applications. So yeah, I would say Code Academy is probably fine. I haven't looked at it before. That's all. But yeah, they at least cover AJAX requests and API interactions. So that would help. So yeah, I don't know. I think you're on the right track with Code Academy. Sorry, Lil Saf over here on Twitch. That's actually like a blocked word that learning platform you just shouted out? Because they're really bad, right? Udemy does not police their content. So you'll get people like ripping off other people's content and like making money off it. And Udemy does not do any type of effort, which is really annoying. So I think that's one of the big things. Like Wes Boss and like a whole bunch of creators on Udemy have complained about how Udemy does not police people ripping off their content. And it's obvious, right? Like there's the photo of the person that runs the channel, and then there's a totally different person giving like the Udemy course. It should be pretty obvious, but they rely on self-reporting or like user reporting rather than doing any policing on their own because they make money either way. They're not incentivized to actually police their platform. So yeah, Udemy, they're on my shit list. There's so many other places you should go to learn. What is it? MaxMind? No, not MaxMind. I think it's Schwartz-Muller. Yep. So yeah, Maximilian Schwartz-Muller, Academind is the name of it. Is a good one. And one second, I'll get to that. And like, just give me a second there, Ryland. Pluralsight, I've heard good things. Like I know some people who have worked there before too. Academind is another good site. My voice sounds different. It's a little hoarse. I was putting back the whiskeys yesterday. Yeah, Maximilian Schwartzmuller is really good, and this is like his own platform. So like you know that you're not getting like screwed as a creator on this platform. Like as an example, I used to do a lot of Angular, like for work, and pretty much anyone that was coming to Angular like fresh had nothing but good things to say about Maximilian's like courses. So worth checking out. And Mastermind is a good platform too from a Spanish YouTuber. Okay. Yeah, I don't know that one. Exorcism is good for practice, but one thing I really dislike about Exorcism is it's aimed more at people who already know some languages, and it's just about like learning a new language. So it's not as good for like beginners, in my opinion. But Exorcism is fantastic for people who are just trying to learn a new language when they already have a couple under their belt. I mean, Swiss Quartz, we don't do any specific like sections where it's Q&A time. Like we're at a good like breakpoint for what we're doing here. And I should actually try and kick it off real quick. Yeah, let me kick this off while we're chatting at least. Because we do need to populate our database. And that should get a bunch of our data in. Like it takes a little bit for users to populate in. So perfect timing for us to go about some of this other stuff. So yeah, how did I get started? That's a trickier thing. And I don't know if it's actually that valuable. So part of it is I'm 40, so I went through GeoCities. That taught me HTML. I also went through MySpace, which taught me CSS. And then I didn't touch that shit for like 10 years. Sure, I got a 2-year degree from a community college, but most of like the learning I've done is just building stuff. We kind of talked about it a little bit yesterday, but I forgot to like make the point. And basically, I'm an ideas guy. Like I have ideas for things all the time. I just throw them into a list and then I sort and filter them, kind of like I was recommending that you do previously. No matter what, I can't stop coming up with ideas, but I'll never remember them when I'm trying to figure out something to build. So instead, it has to be in a list and I can grab an idea from that list. you'll never be able to force yourself to be creative. You got to just take those moments of creativity, like whenever they strike. In 1 second, Jit. Oh, I tried to add W3 schools. That's a different thing. So yeah, there you go. You can do links, but yeah, you just said you did W3 schools. They used to be really bad by like not staying up to date. They've gotten better, but I still run into a lot of things that W3 schools does wrong. So yeah, MDN is like the best source for like JavaScript reference material. Lil Saf. You don't need to check on Twitch. It's fine. Yeah, there you go, Swafford. Sticky notes works too. I really recommend something like a Trello board because you can create as many columns as you want. So you can like sort and filter. You can like drag the easy ones to the top and the harder ones to the bottom. Like just the ability to like recategorize things later. I don't know. I feel like sticky notes, you end up running out of space really quickly. All right, so we ended up getting another address not available. So I think I do need to increase that time. And yeah, how you doing, Saf? All right, so for me, it was probably very, very simple, but you struggle a lot with AI. You want something that automates a process. You type something in Excel, and then it automatically types that into another software, not auto hotkey. You don't understand much about API or Python scripts, but is that possible in a simple way? I don't know anything about Excel and that kind of scripting. You could wire something up that basically does that with Google Sheets pretty easily. But it would majorly depend upon the other software that you're talking about. All right, so we restarted that database there. We killed that endpoint. We do need to get this back up and running. Lil Saf, you're talking about Magento and like learning Magento. Yeah, you kind of just got to jump in. It used to be better when it was fully open source instead of owned by Adobe. Yeah, I learned Magento simply by just like building stuff and figuring it out. I think, yeah, if you want to do it for free, that's a good option. They're going to teach you older React patterns, but React.dev is free. So if you want to learn React, right, like their docs are really revamped to teach you React. So you might not need Odin Project's version of the React stuff, but you should probably do at least some of it or, some of the other parts too. All right, so real quick, the 5,000 or 500 was probably too short. So what do you mean by that, Swiss Quartz? Like I'm not going to be doing any freelancing. If you want to do some like sponsored content, like you have a product you want me to use, like hello at chrisgriffing.com is the way to do that. Swafford, it sure it gets easier. Like you just got to keep doing it. Pranav, how difficult is React? I mean, it's only as hard as you make it. You just got to put the effort in. Like I said earlier, you might have missed it. You'll never feel like the expert. That's called imposter syndrome, and everybody has it. The moment you're probably not feeling imposter syndrome, you are probably fucking up. All right, so we're creating all these accounts. That part seems okay. We got 1,000 of these, so it'll take a while. Pranav, no, we're not testing. What we're doing right now is seeding our database with, like fixture slash mock data so that we can actually have information in our front end. So that we can actually like build out the front end for it. Nacho, you're saying building a SaaS with AI in the background? Yeah, sure. Go for it. If you're just a wrapper around ChatGPT, though, that's not much of a moat. You'll still get investment, but I don't know. That's up to you. There you go, Swafford. I would say, right, like after 3 months, you're actually in a place to maybe reapply to some jobs. So you might as well apply now just in case. Get some practice interviewing. Maybe apply at the jobs that you're not as stoked on just to get that practice. But 3 to 6 months later, you can always apply to a job that you've already applied to. It is a little questionable if they still have that same posting 6 months later. Maybe not a good sign, but some companies are always hiring. Yeah, keep in mind, like, you're not going to get those kind of interview questions for like a junior role. I don't know what the junior interview is like anymore. I have no idea. But yeah, apply for internships. Like, there's all sorts of stuff you can apply to. right, so let's go see, is our front end up and running? Yeah, I feel like we should have been getting a failure on that. Hmm. Oh, where am I doing the log database thing? That's a bug. Let me just refresh and cancel that. Okay, so quotas get all is calling that still. Yeah. All right, that's annoying. Um, yeah, we'll kill that here in a bit, but we'll just let it run for now. Because once these things are in there, we're done. So yeah, that's a little annoying. Do I write my own code to seed the database, or is that a service? It's all my own code. And what up, non-major nerd? How you doing? Yeah, so this is our fixtures file that's doing that database seeding. And like the main issue was we were doing all this within like one endpoint, and we were running into a bunch of issues with Dynalite, where technically we run into the same problems with DynamoDB local, but what we're actually doing is persisting our database data. And with that persistence, we only need to run our script once, whereas this script was running every time we restarted our server. And because of that, a whole bunch of stuff would like get redone, and it would have to like run and like queue up thousands upon thousands of requests, and that would just overload the HTTP connection, basically. But now, with the throttling that we've done, we're getting a little bit of timeout issues, but it's not bad. No. Timeout error, timeout error. Never mind. At least it's not like every request. So yeah, our Docker container for the DynamoDB local, it is dropping some of the requests, but it's not bad. Like there's actually quite a few of those. That's annoying. But it's not as bad as it was before. So I think that's, we've got an improvement here. This script definitely doesn't run as quickly as I would like. Ooh, socket hang up. Okay, so we kicked this off and it dies, but that invocation is actually still running. Oh, here's actually something interesting. So yeah, some of this stuff is still going, right? But I bet we're not going to see any more. Yeah, I bet we're not going to see any more like accounts, like where we were doing. We don't even see it here anymore. Basically, there was a like creating the transactions for account number, blah blah blah. We're not seeing any new account number things here. So I'm wondering if our timeout there was actually like part of the problem. And realistically, like this endpoint is going to time out no matter what. Oh, it hit a 500, which isn't a timeout. Which is even more tricky. All right, let me get more music going. So the funny part to me is that these are still like resolving, which is kind of funny. And if we go log in, the back end is still running kind of slow. So yeah, orb stack is chewing up 3 gigs of RAM. It's only chewing up like a third of a CPU though. Wonder if there's something here in settings, like are we getting throttled? Okay, so we've got a 16 gig memory limit, which should be fine. All right, we have no CPU limit. So we should be good there. Like, I'm a little curious. And now these are really starting to resolve. Okay. Yeah, so I think we were still getting a bit of like a stampede kind of problem where like we're just overloading the amount of like open connections that we can have. All right, Let me let this timer run out. All right, so we can get logged in. We can go look at balances here. Right, we should see some data in these graphs, at least for this one. So nothing from today, which is fine. If we look at quotas, we should have some data in here. All of our accounts are at 0 utilization, which is interesting. And yeah, good morning there, Ayush. How you doing? So real quick, one thing we can do is comment that, because we don't need to do that part. We'll comment that, because we don't need to do that part. And then that should be good. So then this restarts. We should be able to refresh, though. And everything's fine. Yep. So what we may want to do is we could break up our seeding script a bit. And yeah, Ernest, thank you for the follow. Welcome. And Dimitri, thank you for that follow as well. Yeah, so there's two things we should probably do here. We should probably break up our seeding script. And we should probably also make it like idempotent, meaning like if we run it again, we don't recreate anything that already exists. No worries, Aaron. So here's what I'm thinking. We've got our fixtures endpoint. We don't care about that or the get all. This fixtures endpoint what we end up wanting to do then is sorry, God, this baby's just so itchy. What we can do is make this endpoint a post. And what we'll do is take it off. We'll see. We'll see. You missed it yesterday. That's on you. All right, so we'll do account value. And it'll be a count of 100. Right, so count is then always passed in. Sure, we'll do that. If you just do the song command, you can get a link. All right, so we do count number there. Yeah, we're going to do a parse int just for readability. So now we can decide on like how many accounts we want to create. We end up doing hard-coded value for that. And yeah, before the script even runs, we're going to do some logic here. So we'll call it cachedids.json. Business ID. Quota ID. Transactional balance ID. Usage balance ID. And account ID goes away. Right, so basically we'll create brand new accounts each time, but these values should be cached. That way we can reuse them. Yeah, Ernest, we're listening directly from Bandcamp right now. I don't know. Thanks, Doruk. I can be a jerk sometimes, so, you know, I need to be better about that. The theme, Monokai. Turkey? Um, well, yeah, I am balding. So, if I end up having like a midlife crisis, I will probably fly to Turkey because I heard you guys are the best at at fixing the balding thing. Yeah, this is the Airwolf theme song. Yeah, this one's good. It comes on both sides of my family, so I'm screwed. People used to think it was because of the mom's side of the family, but yeah, they discovered it's actually just both sides. Okay, so yeah, what we're gonna end up doing then is we want to make our build process cache some of this data. Yeah, Merry Christmas, Pranav. Yeah. Yeah, I'll be streaming. Like, what else would I do? All right, so we end up getting cached IDs here. Resolve JSON module should be set to true. And yeah, this is not going to be in the folder that we're in right now. But realistically, it is very nice to get that itch scratching in. All right, we'll move those to the trash because we got it copied up here to fixtures now. Looks like I went to bed in this outfit. No, I just put it back on. Oh, damn it. It's not what I wanted. Hold on. Let me do one thing. Let me just mute. Someone sent me a message. I just want to listen to it before I share it, just in case. So yeah, that was basically really cool, dude. We're gonna shout him out real quick. Um, there we go. Yeah, the Coppinger, really good dude. And yeah, fearsome. How you doing? Yeah, Merry Christmas. All right, so here's decision time. I gotta start thawing some meat for dinner tonight. Am I gonna do some chicken chow mein? Am I gonna do some pork chow mein? Or am I gonna do some either like Mongolian beef on noodles instead of rice, or some beef pho? I gotta think about what I'm gonna thaw. I could probably do the Mongolian beef. I'm not really good at it. Yeah, it's all pretty good. Yeah, I would say probably not gonna do the Mongolian beef tonight. Cook something American. I don't have much in the way of American stuff. Like I could get a steak going, but I should have had it in the sous vide like 2 hours ago. And I don't have anything to go with the steak. Like I don't have any potatoes to do like fries with. I mean I think I have some potatoes, but they're like old. I mean a steak is American. How you cook it, that's up to you. Yeah, I don't have any burger stuff. I don't have anything major. Yeah, I don't know. We leave tonight. Really a conversation that's just not that fun to have. Caring about nationalism and bullshit like that. Yeah, exactly, Surly. Yeah, I gotta think. What do I want to thaw? The pho is easy. Or I could just do pork chow mein. So, pork chow mein or chicken chow mein? Anyone got a preference? I know, I'm the one that should have a preference. So, yeah, let me think about it for a sec. You're thinking chicken? Also a chicken? All right. Are you calling me chicken? All right, so yeah, give me a second. Let me go just thaw some chicken, and I will be right back. Chicken works. You'd go with chicken as well? All right. So yeah, real quick, free beanie list while I go do this in a second. There you go. You're welcome. Look at how bald this guy is. God, look at how like raw his skin's getting from just scratching his head too much. Ugh. Yeah, BRB. So yeah, chicken is in a bag inside a bucket of water, basically. And it should be thawed here in like an hour and a half or so. Probably even quicker. So yeah, should be good. What talented. So yeah, did I miss anything? There you go, Swafford. Yeah, I've done pork previously. like just earlier this week. So I haven't done chicken chow mein in a long time. No, no, no. Like to sous vide from frozen, I would have had to start it like hours ago. Instead, you can just do it in cold water and thaw it that way, and then just cook it normal. I also don't have like to do the sous vide chicken. I'd have to like vacuum seal it, and that's way too much work right now. I don't have any of those like silicone bags at the moment. Okay, so we get this like cached IDs.json, template.json. We do need to update our TS config. All right, we just want to add the resolve JSON modules thing. Mido Mouse, thank you for the follow. Welcome. How you doing? And yeah, how's everyone over on YouTube? What y'all up to? Okay, so we get this here. We're probably not going to get any type safety from this file, but we'll double check it. All right, so then, yeah, let's do this. So if and what's up, Bandy X? How you doing? Yeah, turkey chow mein. That sounds interesting. So if no cached IDs.user ID, we do that. Diogo, thank you for the follow as well. Welcome. And Freitas Jr. Carlos. Is that a Carl's Jr. reference? Get yourself some extra big ass fries. Sorry, I like that movie, Idiocracy. Oh, the hay? Yeah, yeah, yeah. That one's good. All right, so we get those IDs. We'll want to make it some let magic. That way we can assign it. If no user ID, we assign that user ID. if no business ID, we assign that business ID and create it. Quota ID, we need to fix here soon to oh, there you go, ACM. Yeah, the Baker's was good. Yeah, that was solid. I finished off my Baker's yesterday, so now I'm sipping on the Four Roses. But yeah, Baker's was good. I think you'll like it. Keep in mind that it is a 107 proof. So if you're gonna drink it straight, you may want to like get a little bit of water into it to cut it a bit, which is totally fine by whiskey snob standards, even. But yeah, also just recognize that it's going to be somewhat strong. So you don't need to pour nearly as much into the Coca-Cola if you just want to tie on a good buzz. So yeah, we go through and we create a few of these things. We create a quota. We're going to go create some balances. And hold on. Yeah, this should be transaction based. So now we get an error from that in our cached IDs.json. Right, usage based balance ID. And we head back here. This becomes usage based. I like the fact that we actually get type safety from that. That is nice. And then here we go. So transaction based. All right, and then here we want to do just something like fs dot, not f, stat, write file sync, cached IDs, JSON stringify, encoding UTF. Okay. So if business ID, and we do the creating accounts, which we'll definitely do no matter what. Creating balances. We write that file. That way we can load it in later. creating quota usage for account. And the rest we can call good. Okay. So yeah, that fills out for us right now. And then we want to kill this again. Spin it up. Should be empty now. Hold on. Let's do this. Move that to trash. Let me look at my Docker Compose. Shared DB, DB path, all that. .docker / DynamoDB. Okay. All right, so we'll remove that again, bring that up again. That should have maybe created that file in the Docker folder. Oh, nope, that is empty. I think maybe it doesn't do anything until we write to it. So then here, we do a dev. Oh. Okay, so that's annoying. Let me get another album going. We'll just do this file system based instead of worrying about importing the JSON. Not sure why that's an issue for us right now, but it's easy enough. So we're bringing in the file system stuff. All right. So since we have that already, what we can do is something like this. Const that. All right, we'll cast it, call that good. So this should be able to spin up for us now. So yeah, file watcher's running. What I want to do here then is we do that, and it should go through. It's going to create a whole bunch of stuff for us. It should have only done 100 accounts, though. Oh, you know what? No, I messed up. All right, so then hold on. Let me go look back at this folder inside of Docker DynamoDB. Interesting. I think that's fine for now. All right, so we go and do that. The back end is up and running. Theoretically, it's empty. But in the fixtures endpoint, I'm not using that count value, am I? Yeah, I'm not. So here, this would be count, and we would call that good. So now we should only create like 100 at a time. So we get that back up. But I messed up one thing in our fixtures where we are writing that value. All right, we're doing this part, but we want to indent that code so it's easier to read. All right, so now that that's up, we should be able to do this, and we should only see 100 of these like create account values. Yeah, that looks reasonable. So the main idea is at the beginning, we end up seeing creating business user, creating accounts, then creating individual accounts, creating quotas and their usage, quota created, creating balances, balance created, and then that logic goes through. So what I'm hoping is that we don't see a single like timeout error as this runs, because we should only end up creating 100 of them. And then if we clear, sure, we'll create 100 new accounts, but they should all be tied to the businesses that we have cached now. So then we still have the power to like reset our fixture data. What I'll want to do is maybe wire up a script for that. Like a script inside our package JSON. And that script would simply do like, for the reset, we would just delete the cached IDs.json, copy our template into like an empty version of that cached IDs.json. We would do a Docker compose down, and we would most likely go and try to delete whatever is in this DynamoDB folder, but we're not seeing anything in there at the moment, which I find interesting. That seems like a bug, but we'll see if it actually becomes a bug later. And real quick, Diogo, thank you for the follow. Mido, I called out. And Hero Crafter, thank you for the follow as well. Welcome. So yeah, basically, for everyone joining recently, we were running into throughput issues with our local DynamoDB instance, right? Like real Dynamo wouldn't have a problem. But because we were like trying to create 1,000 accounts and overloading our database by trying to create like 1,000 transactions for each account, like it was getting pretty heavy to like fan out on a local system, right? But here we should see this goes to 100 accounts created. We can see that 91 right there, 92. Right, once it hits that 100, we haven't seen any timeout issues yet. Count balance created. This script completes without error. Nice. So then from here, right, let's just make sure. Can we spin up, or like this should log us out because our token's invalid, right? Okay. So now we should be able to go log in. Should be able to do some multi-factor auth now. Oh, and Nacho, I just saw the friend request over there. Yeah, there you go. And then, yeah, let's do our multi-factor code. That should get us logged in. Right? Quotas, balances exist. Right? Bam and bam. Right? We're only doing the one right now. If we look at accounts, yep, we got a bug in how we're like showing that data. But that's fine. So we can refresh this and get that data. Let's look at this quota and check. Hey, we see some utilization. Nice. We go to balances and we look at some of that data. We're going to see no data found for today. I wonder if that's a UTC issue. That is probably a UTC issue. But this is looking pretty good for us. So then if I spin this up again, right, we created more accounts, but we didn't create a new business or anything like that, which is perfect. Awesome. Yeah, and it's just now doing more account stuff. So we should see some better numbers, or not better, but just bigger numbers in our transaction usage stuff. So then, like, you know, these values, right? 157 for the 25th versus 55 for that day. We should be good here. So confused about this Docker file not being there anymore, though. I think deleting it was a mistake. But yeah, as an example, we should be able to refresh. Not really seeing anything in the values for this month, but because a lot of it's randomized, it might not change these. What I'm liking is that these endpoints are actually still pretty fast. This is using Mantine charts, but Mantine charts are just a wrapper around recharts anyway. So for some of these things, I was actually considering just going down to the raw like recharts level anyway, because it'll give us a little more power over how we want to label things and some of that stuff. The nice part about Mantine charts being a wrapper around recharts is that they still pass in like your theming, right? So like your primary colors and some of that stuff. So if you end up fine-tuning your theme colors in Mantine, they should theoretically make it into your chart stuff too. So your branding is easier to keep in sync, theoretically. I am finding it a little curious that these values haven't updated yet, like the 157 or the 55. 55. But yeah, something seems off there. We can let this finish again, though. It does seem like we're getting higher values here in the middle. So yeah, just on the edges, we didn't get anything. But yeah, that graph already looks different, right? yeah, the interesting part to me, like we've got the caching working. We could run this again and create another 100 accounts. And by keeping it down at like 100, it stays manageable, so we're not timing out. Yeah, I like decoupling this from like the start and stop of our API. I think that was smart. So I'm glad we've done that. I still want it to be like fully like randomizable though. Yeah. The randomization is getting us, but I'm seeing the graphs actually change, and that's all that matters. So yeah, the first and last day not changing, but that's not a problem. Just because we're doing like randomized stuff. So yeah, I'd say that's pretty close. We should start thinking about what goes in on this accounts page, right? Because we got a major error right there, and we can just kind of start working on that while the other stuff is kicking off. I think there's more we could do. Like there's more we could do to make the scaffolding like self-healing. Like one option would be in the places where we are doing this, we're just checking if the user ID is set in our cached value. When instead, we should probably try and fetch that user, and if they don't exist, that's when we create a new one and override the value in our cached values. I kind of like that, but, you know, I've done enough on that part that we'll just leave this as plans for the short term instead, and that would be no. Do the same for those. Boom. Right, so that's not our main thing. Right, that might be something we just pick up tomorrow. Because today I want to get this like some of this account stuff working. So at the bare minimum, seeing a full like list of all the accounts, and then eventually being able to search and query them. We kind of messed up a bit of our like get all endpoint for being able to search and filter. So yeah, we're gonna have to like recreate that logic, and then that same logic is something that we can actually abstract out a bit, because we're gonna need to do that for transactions and usage and payments and adjustments, right? Like, right, we're gonna have to do it based on like a user level as well as like a business level, or like technically not the business, but like per balance and per quota. But I think accounts is the first step because that is not nested, so we don't need to worry about the difference in those like you know, quota specific transactions versus account quota specific transactions. Those are going to be separate routes, and we're going to want to think about how we set that routing up. But right now, accounts. So let's do that part. And yeah, anyone have any fun plans for New Year's or anything? so save this. Let's go look at the accounts page on the front end, because something is not quite right there. We're getting an error inside of the accounts management component. Cannot read properties of undefined, trying to read length. All right, so that wasn't the spot. Or else are we doing a length check? Ah, yep. Oh, this is going to get really bad. No, so yeah, this logic's broken for sure. All right, cool. So we get this to render. Oh, we get a 401. Yeah, that seems off. Oh. All right, so let's try this. Aha. Okay, so now we got an issue with that timing. Right? And the main issue is that it's trying to fetch businesses not found, accounts. Yeah, okay, something's wrong with how we're doing that. So business settings, yeah, that goes away. We're not doing that. So yeah, if we don't have a business ID, we just don't fetch it. Yep, so that was the bug we were getting there. Wondering if we should do a 404. Nah, I think 401's fine. Because, right, like, it's a 401 whether the business exists or not. So it's not like we're leaking the presence of the value there. So I think we're okay with that. Like, I don't think a pen tester would be able to get anything special from that. We refresh. Yep, that data's there. We do end up getting fetched accounts. 300 of them. Why are we not showing that? Right, we're getting no accounts found here. But why? So if we have accounts and there is a length, and we're not showing overlay, right, I would expect that to be 0. Okay, but why is it 0 if we are getting fetched accounts? Oh, because .items is undefined, because I'm messing that up. Okay, yeah, that's a flaw in the backend. Right, so what we're doing is we're doing this like accounts fetch right here. And we're getting like, you know, the total is 0 and accounts is that. Okay, so yeah, it has to do with the fact that we just wanted this to work, but we didn't actually override the values yet. So this part is actually false, and we want this to be our sorting and filtering stuff. So then here, this is where we end up running into an error. Oh, and that gives us a 401? Hold on. Why does that give us a 401? There you go, Ernest. Yeah. Yeah, honestly, that is really good practice, right? Like you should especially be able to like populate it with a bunch of different stuff, and that's close to like testing, right? Eventually you might write unit tests around some of that stuff that is busted so you can make sure you don't regress. But yeah, like seeding your data into your database just right to identify issues and all that. Like that's basically what testing is all about. But this is a way that you can like at least have something to work with. So yeah, there you go. I'm glad you checked too. That's actually nice. Yeah, I'm really like happy and proud of that because I think I make great background noise while you're doing like your own thing. And yeah, seems like you did. So yeah, awesome. How GTK scrolling is supposed to work. So leave tonight. Populating the database is only part of actually testing. The test is the thing that breaks when you try to do something with data that it wasn't expecting, right? So that mocking or stubbing of your database is only half of the battle. Like you have to write the automation that recreates the error, right? And that's actually what a test is. I personally don't do a lot of unit testing. Um, I get more value personally from end-to-end testing. They are the slowest kind of test, but they're also the most like informative kind of test. So you could have 100% unit tested code, but then you go to wire it up to your front end and everything breaks, right? Because the front end did something that the back end, even if it's 100% unit test coverage, it just breaks, you know? So I get more value out of like trying to test in a way that is as close to what the user would be doing as possible. There is one edge case to that. I'm big on integration tests between the front end and the back end. And when I do those integration tests, that's me basically testing my my Open API specification. So I take my Open API spec and pass it to a thing called Dread, and Dread will actually make tests against the API with a lot of like the data that you've given it. So if you forgot to update a URL or what
props are on the schema for a request schema. Dread will help catch that. So to me, that's fundamentally important because the contract between your front end and your back end needs to actually do what it says it does. And if your open API spec is not accurate to that, you've actually broken the contract. We've all done it. I've worked on too many projects where, hey, I'm trying to hit that endpoint that you said was done, and it's just not working. I'm getting a weird 400 error. Oh, yeah, I forgot to update the open API spec. Let me just go fix that for you real quick. But because I'm an async style worker, yeah, I tried to do that at like midnight last night. Of course, you weren't around because you're a 9 to 5 style worker. So I had to just like pause what I was doing to wait for you to come back in the morning because you just forgot to update the open API spec. That has happened way too many times. And it's a flaw. Like it's like an organizational failure, right? There is something that could have been done DevOps wise or CI/CD wise that would have caught that ahead of time, and Dread is the thing that would have caught that by treating the open API spec as the source of truth. The API is not the source of truth. The contract between the API and the front end, that is the source of truth. So you got to make sure that source of truth is actually true. That's my main take on it. Other people disagree. Other people have different opinions. I think certain things benefit from unit testing, but the moment you create a target for like minimum unit test coverage, it ceases to become a good metric. Unless it's for very specific things, like a library or something. But for our code, like as an application, 60% unit test coverage, making that a bare minimum, and CI/CD fails if that number dips, just encourages bad tests, right? And it encourages people to write tests that check off parts of like the coverage, but it doesn't encourage them to actually write good tests, you know? So then you end up in cases where your tests, they might like test a specific line, but they become really brittle as things change, right? They start testing implementation rather than interface. And here's the magical part. Pretty much nobody agrees on testing. Prime disagrees with Theo. And I disagree with both of them a little bit too, you know? In fact, I disagree from like not just with them, but also with them based upon the context. You know, and that's fine. There's nothing wrong with having differing opinions. It's actually helpful to discuss these things and chat about it. Theo is basically like a 0 unit test kind of person. I'm not a 0 unit test person. Prime is like a unit test everything kind of person. I'm definitely not that either. I would bet that Prime looks down upon end-to-end tests because they're slow. Whereas I'm pretty sure Theo thinks end-to-end tests are the only tests that matter. So at some point, like, nobody is 100% right as long as you have good justifications and you can explain them and talk about them. You know, we can reach some middle ground as a team eventually. So yeah, Carses, when you're doing some robot stuff, like robotics, there was like no testing. Yeah, I think that's tricky. Like, I feel like with robotics, you end up needing like a good like test harness that simulates the robot. But even then, like the more you simulate the robot, the further away you get from actually like the robot itself. So your simulation can become out of sync with what the robot's actually doing. Yeah, like I think robotics gets really tough that way. like hardware design in general. You know, you can simulate all you want, but your simulation has to be like so much more robust than like unit test mocking, you know. I think Sevabar has a really cool project, TS Circuit. I think this is it. Yeah, open source library for creating and sharing circuit designs. I think this is his. Now I got to double check that. Yeah, that's Sevabar. Yep. So yeah, TS Circuit seems kind of cool. Open source library for creating and sharing electronic designs using TypeScript and React. Design functional circuit boards you can actually order using code completely in your browser, which just sounds amazing, right? But I'm curious what their like simulation, like, yeah, this like design interface and the simulations for it, like seeing what you're wired up to with each one of these jumpers, like really, really cool idea. So yeah, I would say, yeah, give TS Circuit a try. If you're ever trying to do like hardware design stuff, could be cool. Create a 3x3 keyboard, USB keyboard with a dial. I don't know. Sounds cool. A battery powered flashlight. We'd have to go log in or something. But yeah, seems really nifty, right? Yeah, no worries, car seats. Yeah, I figured you mentioned the robotics thing. Like maybe this circuit board design like tool ends up being really cool for you. I don't know. Yeah, I feel like he was trying to do this as like a startup. I wonder if he's still pursuing like monetizing it in some way. Sorry, itchy forehead. My guess would be like his best case scenario would be to partner with like factories, etc., and then just charge like a premium on top so that you can just like one click order. Right? Bill of materials, like, yeah, like this is really cool. I think establishing like a marketplace for these things that you can like order someone else's like circuit board design is also like, man, that would be really smart. He should almost consider partnering with anyone remember, hold on, Carsees, what's the name of the place where you get like electronics parts? Oshpark or JLC PCB? I'm not familiar with those two. The one I'm thinking of was hold on. I can just go to Stack Overflow. PCB Way. No, so not necessarily for that, right? Like what if you wanted to just like bulk order the parts or something, right? DigiKey. Yeah. Parts is what I was thinking. DigiKey is the one I was thinking of. Mouser is also another big one. Yeah, good call. Um, yeah, let me log in real quick. Oh God. Uh, GitHub is how I logged in. There we go. So then if I go look at my stuff here, right, we see Stack Overflow How do we see like other places? Yeah, electrical engineering. So yeah. Right. So then, yeah, people ended up linking out to Scenics, Farnell. Thought someone was recommending some. Maybe it was this one, Metrolog. Yeah, I guess there's a bunch of sites that you would order from. So yeah, Mouser and DigiKey are actually like the big ones I can think of. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Aneth. What I'm getting at, or Ernith, sorry, is eventually it becomes cost prohibitive to have them like build it. Like they're really good for one-offs. They're not so good for like mass production. So you'd still like maybe want to like when you want to like fully mass produce, you'd want to actually just like bulk order parts or something. Like I could see TS Circuit being really valuable for hardware companies. You know, like for a one-off, yeah, it's probably worth it, right? It'll cost you $20, but eventually you're gonna want to like really optimize down for cost to make sure that your hardware is like less than $1 or something, so you can buy it in bulk. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think mass production is like an interesting bit because that's how like this project would actually make money. Like it would be able to bootstrap, by doing like one-off connections to the PCB like manufacturers, etc. But the real moneymaker for TS Circuit, in my opinion, would be getting large like hardware companies involved, right? Like, could you imagine signing Siemens as a client, right? Like Samsung, all sorts of shit. Like that'd be really cool. Right? Vizio, like, TV companies, like all sorts of stuff. And if you can get in to those companies and be a part of their standard operating procedure, like, oh, you've got something there. Like those companies are slow to change, slow to move. So if you can become part of just like their process, you've got a really, really successful like long-term project on your hands. And yeah, Merry Christmas, everyone. How y'all doing? I know my head is itching so much from this beanie. My chicken is probably getting close to thawed too. But I'm in no rush. Like, hold on, let me look at meetings tomorrow. Zero meetings tomorrow. And then there's just like a virtual coffee on Friday. I know, right? Zero meetings tomorrow? Whew. Yeah, Matt Bird, this is the beanie. Yeah, this is the hat. This one's good. Like, it's really scratchy and itchy, though. Yeah. But this is a good one, right? Yeah. There's pretty much only a couple times a year I can wear it, right? Christmas Eve, Christmas, and like maybe half Christmas, which is what, in June or July or something? Exactly. Yeah, yeah. It's actually like really on brand. It's the pine needles. Yeah, exactly. For sure. Okay, so let's kill a bunch of these tabs that we don't need at the moment. Oh yeah. We made some major progress on how we scaffold our data. Hold on, there's a hair right in front of my eye. I hate that. Um, Basically, when we were trying to scaffold like 1,000 accounts at a time, and then all the, the like quota transactions and all that stuff for each like account that we create, we were running into major issues of like fanning out and causing so many requests to our DynamoDB like local instance that it was killing our our networking to that instance, right? Because your operating system's only going to operate or handle so many like concurrent HTTP connections at once anyway, right? So we were hitting like OS level concurrency limits, which we would never have in production because Dynamo is meant to scale beyond what a single machine can do, right? Lambda is meant to scale beyond what a single machine can do. So we'd never have that issue in production. The fact that we're running into issues on a local machine is kind of crazy because like that is rare, you know? Like local machines are so much more overpowered compared to your servers in general, but when you're doing serverless, well, that's a little different. Let me get more music going though. So yeah, we got our scaffolding better, right? Part of that ended up being that we're able to now make our data persist, which is nice because Architect allows us to do like an external DB. So we're using DynamoDB local instead of Dynalite, which I think is also like better performance and stability there too, but it also caches data by default instead of just being in memory, which means that we can like kill the server or restart the server and not have to like reseed every bit of data. So we've done some major things that have improved the developer experience for the project quite a bit, which I'm really proud of. All right. Yeah, I'm stoked. But now we're moving on to, well, if I can find it. Well, number one, we're getting logged out for something that we shouldn't be getting logged out for. I'm not sure what that bug is yet, so we'll have to figure that out. But what we want to do is get the accounts page going. And on the accounts page, we need to be able to like search and sort and filter. And we kind of broke all of that searching, sorting, and filtering during our pivot, like during like our data pivot and some of that stuff. So now we got to go back and rebuild a bunch of that functionality. Once we have that set up, we have a pattern to do so for like 4 other pages that we're going to have within the app. But right now, the accounts is like the simplest version of those. So yeah, that's the part we're on right now. You like the layout? Yeah, thanks. I feel like I saw some other streamers do this at one point that I really liked. Midnight Simon is maybe one of the first streamers I saw doing this layout that I was just like, oh, it's really nice. Yep. Yeah, I think Midnight Simon is like the direct inspiration for this. At some point, I might consider zooming out a bit more. That way, it's easier to maybe like crop for like YouTube Shorts or something, right? Or like TikTok or whatever. But I think for now we're good. And yeah, hold on. I don't know why. For some reason, Matt Bird, every single time you come into chat, I think of Andrew Bird. Not sure if you know that artist. But he's really good. Have you ever heard of Andrew Bird before? I'm going to play some right now. I don't know if these are my favorite songs by him. Like, I really like his stuff when he was on like when his band, like American Analog Set. I really like American Analog Set. Some of his solo stuff I could go without. Ooh, there you go. Well, I don't know. Can you whistle this well? So you're actually really good at whistling. Well, there you go. You're on your way. Can he play the ocarina? I bet he can play anything. He's like a major multi instrumentalist. Like right now, he's plucking a violin. He's treating a violin like a ukulele. That is an intense amount. Yeah. We got some others too. All right, there's that one. Oh, that one sucks. There you go. See, that is Stream Parrot kicking in. We can replace any emote or word that we want. Hold on, we got a bug here. What? What's up, Ayush? How you doing? All right, so we got a bug here. Really curious what shotgun mic they're using on Tiny Desk there. Because I got a shotgun mic here as well, because it's not up in my face. But yeah, I bet it's like $1,000 shotgun mics. Yeah, I've got the AT897. It's good. It's like a $200 mic. It's solid. But like, what's like best shotgun mic for live music? Wow, I actually have an MKE 600. Okay, yeah. Dude, the MKE 600. Wow, my 897 doesn't even make it to the list? Okay, it makes it to number 15. So they have slightly different tone. Yeah, sorry, I'm like distracting myself real quick. This is a good distraction though. All right, so this is a condenser mic. This one also seems... Okay, it's a super cardioid. Okay. Interesting. So yeah, man, the MKE 600. Really nice. I like my AT897, but I don't know. I might consider updating here at some point. Okay, so this is technically not a shotgun mic. Okay. That makes sense. And yeah, I know like Theo and some other people are really, really into Rode. Right? Like this is one of the most common mics you'll see on like SLR setups. Like we're like mobile SLR setups. I don't know. Yeah, I'm thinking about getting this at some point. Like I need to incorporate my stream. Just got to figure out like a good mailing address for it. And then once I've incorporated my stream, I can update my payment stuff to where like, yeah, when I get paid out from Twitch, that money goes into an account. And then from that account, I can deduct and buy stuff. And then like my accounting becomes easy. I can write off the taxes easy. I'm not doing any like tax write-off stuff yet, which means I'm basically throwing money away. For the guitar? No, I mean for like stream. Like this is a nice microphone, but But I'm thinking I could always just upgrade, you know? Like, I'm even considering upgrading the mic I use for YouTube stuff as well. I have the MKE 600 for my YouTube stuff. I feel like that's fine. But I may end up pivoting to where I maybe buy this microphone and do that for YouTube stuff. And then I would move the MKE 600 to here, and I might move this one then to the kitchen. Oh, I have an SM7B, but that is not a shotgun mic, right? Like, this microphone, I can't even, like, I'm reaching towards it, and I can't even touch it. I don't want a microphone up in my face. Shotgun mics are directional, and they pick stuff up, like, at a distance. If you've ever watched movies getting made, when there's the boom operator holding that, like, fuzzy mic that's pointing down at someone, that's a shotgun microphone. Because they're very directional, and they ignore, like, ambient noise in a really good way. So yeah, shotgun microphones, I like them. I don't want a mic up in my face. But for, you know, for like voiceover or for podcasting, the SM7B might be a really good idea. And I have one. I bought one when they were on sale. I just haven't wired it up or anything. And yeah, I really want to do some like voiceover work, like voice actor type stuff. I can at least like offer those services for cheap or free to like games or game jam people, or yeah, like any game dev here in the category. If they need some like character voice actor stuff, I'm down. Like, I'd happily help. I even have like a website where I want to host like voice acting, like demo stuff, you know? DJI? Nah, I'm good on DJI. Let me double check and look at it. No, nope, definitely not. No, I don't care about any of that shit. I mean, I gotta like clip something and listen to it? Hell no. Like, no, fuck that. No, shotgun mics. That's what I'm doing. But yeah, I have an SM7B that I plan on actually using for like the next podcast episodes we do for work. I plan on using for voiceover stuff, but I won't be using it here on stream because I don't want something up in my face while I'm streaming. So I don't know if you know this. I blame a microphone being like basically up in my face for that entire clip of me dislocating my shoulder. Because it was like in my mind and I want to make sure I don't bump the microphone kind of stuff. I didn't come close to it with that arm, but it was still like a thing that I was thinking, you know? My shoulder is fully out of the socket right there. And this is me putting it back in. Based on that list we just looked at, ACM, the NTG5 is about the same as what I got right here. The MKE 600 is better than that. Like, I've already decided. Like, you don't need to keep recommending random microphones, man. This is the one I will get eventually. That'll probably go for the YouTube stuff. I will then take the MKE 600 I have right here and move it to right here, like, you know, on stream. And then for the kitchen streams, instead of like the weird little like bullshit lapel mic that I have wired up and like shitty, I'll just have this like shotgun mic set up in the kitchen. So that's my plan. Like we're already there. I don't care about the NT4 Plus. Meh. Yeah, I have an MKE 600 already. It sits over in my YouTube setup. What I'm saying is I will rotate my microphones to then have this for the YouTube setup. And then the MKE 600 will be the one that I use for stream. And then this one I'm using for stream would go over into the kitchen. Yeah, I'm definitely like not like road pilled. I know they make a bunch of good stuff. I just find they're never like the best of the best. They're always a good solid like third or fourth place, you know, in pretty much everything they make. All right, so here's something weird. Why are we having this issue? Like our users should be registered. John Bon Jovi at Gorilla. All right, so partition key starting with users. All right, so we're still running into weird issues with NoSQL Workbench. We see a user, they are created. We see an MFA secret key. We see all that stuff. So why is this endpoint prompting us to log in or to like set up our MFA again? That's got to be a bug. The Samson mics, I've heard they're all right. I've heard they're okay. Maybe standard. What I would get at is you're probably still better off with like an AT2020. Which is even cheaper than it used to be. There you go. Yeah, this AT2020 is actually like widely regarded as some of the best bang for your buck. So yeah, the Q2U is the one you were recommending, I guess. So yeah, it does seem like the AT2020 is probably going to be higher sound quality. Curious what they mean by features, though. All right, lowest frequency it can pick up, sure. Highest frequency is also higher. Yeah, I guess it depends. I don't know. All right, hold on. Yeah, Andrew Bird, come on. You're blowing it. Yeah, I really like the AT2020. It's one that I had for years. Like, it's the one that was in, like, it's the one I used on stream before I got the shotgun mics. God, itchy forehead. This beanie is so scratchy. But oh well. But yeah, we gotta debug why we're getting to this MFA setup page. And yeah, I'm gonna go use the restroom. But that is now our task. And when Bananas and Blood is a good song. We could put it on after this one. And I'm back. Sorry about that. Okay, so why is our auth forcing a re-registration? Because that sounds like a major bug to me. So we go to MFA, and then there is the, right, we go MFA endpoint, and then I think this is the next endpoint, right? We don't have it annotated. Pretty sure. So if the user doesn't have a secret key or a recovery code, We see a secret key. Oh, we don't see a recovery code. That would be our issue. Where is our fixtures endpoint? Right here. Huh. No. Oh, yeah, no, we don't see a recovery code. How did we get into a state where they don't have the recovery code now? All right, so we go and create those. Oh, hold on. We didn't see the user get recreated, which means that that is a flaw. Ah, and there's our local instance. So then if I delete that Dynamo folder, yeah, 1 second, Chance. Let me just double check this. All right, so we spin it up. We then do our scaffolding after I clear this buffer. We should see the new user account get created. No. What? No, never mind, never mind. I messed up. Hold on. So we go back up to the Docker. We delete that Dynamo folder. We'll just double check this. Spin that down, spin that up. And what our issue there is actually here in our fixture stuff, right? We have values in there, but they're not actually accurate values. So now we can spin this up. Oh. So now we can spin that up. think I might have figured out how we got into that bad state. I might have like started up the dev server with just pnpm dev. All right, so then yeah, we go back up to here. We see, yes, creating business user. We created the user right there, right? Okay. So now we go back to so yeah, that was the wrong port. Uh, what? Oh, we were waiting on that to relaunch. All right, so what song did I say I was going to play? Oh, Bananas and Blow. Yeah, let's do it. Yeah, so while this is running, we can't do much. That's a little annoying, but yeah, we can just let it go. What up, old cold gold? How you doing? All right, there we go. Took us long enough. We got 6,000 records. That seems like a bit much. So we should get one user. Well, this just seems really slow right now. Oh, these are still kicking. So our script here finished, but these are still going. And that would be a big part of our problem. And yeah, we're still getting like socket hangups. Ooh. Let's reset this. And yeah, I need to get like a better script for like starting over. What's coming up next? Here we go. Love this song. All right, so we go and create the user, we create the business, all that stuff. And hey, what up, Escamania? How you doing? Yeah, Merry Christmas. And yeah, there you go, Escamania. I just read that. Yeah. So yeah, the database should know about that column there, Chance. I don't know. Yeah, like something weird happened there. that I think was just on my end, but we're going to have to figure that out. I do feel like we're running into some type of like contention for CPU time, right? We're seeing orb stack chewing up 50 to 60% of a core, which is like 5% of the cores we have available. So that shouldn't be too big of an issue. It's a good song. Let's do this one, though. I love this one. So, yeah, I want to see this finish. And we say done creating fixtures, but we're not. Right, as an example, I can clear that buffer and we're going to see a bunch of this stuff keep going. So some of the stuff we're doing to like fan out is broken. But I'm not sure, because we're throwing it into the queue. We don't get a good like right? We don't get like a good auto completion event. Or like this queue that we kicked off, like the instances of those. We're not getting those to actually like let us know that they're done. So we just kind of got to like wait. And we're getting like socket hang up stuff again. Which is not the end of the world. As long as it's not like happening too much. But we may want to introduce just a bunch more like timeout logic. It's where, yeah, like the script takes longer to run, but it gives it more time to like finish some of this stuff. Like we're seeing way too many of these like account quota created events before we're seeing like that like a specific queue item is finished. So yeah, it's that like stampede problem again. And this is a classic song. I'm gonna put on another one with the same singer, but it's a different band. That was Eric Estrada in this music video. All right, so I think we're still waiting on one of these to end up being like completed, because account quota created here should not be the last item we see. So I want to let this finish up. We do see we're seeing like about a 44%. And yeah, this song's good, but it is going to put us to sleep. Instead, we can do a different song. That song is going to be this ministry song. So this song by Ministry has a fun story. The singer of that band we just heard sang for this song, but he was so drunk, he doesn't even know what lyrics he was singing. Like, it's a bunch of gibberish. And he did it in basically like one take. Like, he was falling asleep while they were like recording. And he has no recollection of actually like singing these lyrics. It's a good, fun song. But okay, we are seeing that these things look like they did complete. If we clear that buffer, we're not seeing anything else in there, which is good. That's a good sign. Ooh, looks like we still have some of these things that are still completing. Oof. Yeah, so we're like massively overloading our back end here. Wow, we still have account quota stuff going. So yeah, our timers are not giving these nearly enough time to complete. So we're just overloading our local database at the moment. It's a good fun song though, right? It's like nice and goofy. Here you go. Here is a Primus song. It is Over the Electric Grapevine. I have actually had more than one person tell me this song is basically me as a song. All right, like the vibe of this song is basically me in a nutshell. I've heard that from multiple people. All right, so as we look at it, we see recovery code and MFA secret key. So yeah, we actually just need to keep hacking at this until we discover why we got logged out before. And am I a Santa denier? I mean, I don't know, man. The Lennon Claypool Delirium. I have not. Ooh. I've listened to almost everything else, like Sausage and uh, Holy Mackerel, right? Flying Frog Brigade, like everything Primus has ever done. I'm not aware of Lennon Claypool Delirium, though. I bet it's good. I'll have to check it out. Yeah, John Lennon's son. Like, I kind of assumed that. Yep. But yeah, no, that sounds awesome. All right, so here we go. Now, something has gone terribly wrong. What did I break, man? So this is the bug that we were hitting when we were trying to query accounts previously. So yeah, what I think I want to do is here in the fixtures endpoint, right, I want to make this actually more resilient. I believe I have that in my notes, right? Yeah, so I'm not checking for those existing IDs yet. That would be better. But then here in this logic, instead of 100, let's set it at 50. And for the timeouts that we're going to do, these log statements don't matter. But I do want to give it like a second between these things. Creating all those accounts happens fast enough, though. So we'll let it just be a, 1,000 right there. But then when we get to the point where we are doing this, we're going to give this like 5 seconds in between. Which is not a problem. And yeah, like here, our back end can reboot, and we should be able to still like get here with the same token, not get logged out. Yep. So then we go back to accounts, and we're going to have a bug with that endpoint, and we can get back to looking at what happens in that endpoint. So here in get all, what they're saying is this is no longer good. Oh, and I can play this song on bass. I don't like the part where it's like I don't do that part when I play it. Like I do a CM Griffin rendition of it. But yeah, I can play like all the other parts on bass. I'm just not a big fan of the Yeah, no worries, Chanstev. Yeah. Have a good one. We'll see you again soon. I'll be streaming tomorrow. I'm streaming all week. Yeah, no worries, man. See you again soon. And yeah, good question about what went wrong earlier. I don't know. I'm not sure why that column or why that value was missing from the row. But real quick before you go, the main issue or gist is that this is DynamoDB, not like a standard SQL database. So all of this is very much like NoSQL, like sparse row magic for DynamoDB stuff. I don't know what would have caused that value to disappear. No, so what I think the biggest issue is like on the back end here, I can kill this API, and this is the command I should be running. I think I ran pnpm dev without the arcdb like commands there, which means that it was spinning up a Dynalite instance that didn't have any scaffolding done. So then we were getting kicked into the like new account flow. So that was the problem, I'm pretty sure. Right? If I just like press up here, we see a few like pnpm devs. I think those pnpm devs were the main issue. Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Like this is part of like a refactor we've done starting today, basically. So like part of what we've been doing has been making sure this entire process works. But you're right, this should be part of our script for pnpm dev, and then we're done. So I totally get it, you're right. Yeah, we should definitely do that. We just haven't yet, because we're still like figuring out like the whole Docker compose of running DynamoDB local instead of Dynalite. That was something we did earlier today to try and like get around some of the raging stampede problems we have with like spinning up too much like scaffolding data at once. But now with the Docker DB or with the DynamoDB inside of Docker, we get persistence so that we can like reuse that data from like server to server instance, which means like when I do this, we're not having to like re-scaffold everything. So yeah, we've done like a major improvement to the developer experience today, but we have more to do for making those commands easier, right? And yeah, someone suggested that previously too, and I pushed back on it. But just with the amount of data we're trying to scaffold here, we end up having to do the persistent data problem. or like solving the problem with persistent data. Just because it's too many HTTP requests, I believe we're running into like an OS level, like limit to the amount of concurrent connections. But yeah, anyway, Chance. Yep, no worries. If you're hopping off, I just wanted to at least like give you that context. Like you're totally right. Like we should have a bunch of that stuff as part of just like a single command, you know? We just haven't written that part yet. So we're going to put that in our notes. All right, and then realistically, that's the order in which we're doing these. And yeah, Kenny, this is, I think it might be the best Christmas beanie. Like, it might just be the best Christmas beanie. I challenge you to find a better one. But yeah, I want to at least look into and start stewing on and thinking about what we can do about this get all pagination thing. Because these things, we actually like fully understand what we need and what we're going for. This thing, I'm not 100% certain where the bug is. So I at least want to like get the brain stewing on that. So then, yeah, if we go over to here, we go to accounts again. On this page, when things go terribly wrong, this is the issue. So that specified index does not exist. So these end up being the accounts for this. Where is sort key coming from? Well, then you should probably do some there to the sky. That's the easy part. All right, so the biggest problem is this sort index right here. And sort key as a value there is probably way off. This right here, no. Over here, yeah. Technically, it's Drama Sans. It's even better. You're welcome, right? It sans the drama, right? Do you see any edges on this font? No, it's just smooth. Easy living, smooth sailing. How's your code going to flow if your font doesn't flow? Answer me that. It's okay. You just aren't ready, right? Some people don't want to be happy. All right, so we see start key being undefined. I think that's okay. Search being undefined. I think that's okay. The key that we're passing is the business ID. And the sort key is account ID. So part of the issue they're complaining about is we're generating some keys here. Now hold on. Table does not have the specified index, and that's where we're doing business account, accounts business ID, blah, 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 right? Like, that doesn't seem right to me. Like, how are we even getting to that in, hold on, let's make sure we're on the right endpoint. In here, right? We see that sort index should be the sort key. Right? This part ends up being undefined, so we're okay with that. Okay, hold on. All right, so we'll hard code that to a 0. I'm wondering if it's like not even our main query, but instead the way that we're trying to get like the total. Okay, so yeah, it was the way we're querying for the total. Not even the way we're querying for accounts. So we go look at network. What do we get back from that endpoint? We see a bunch of 0. In before New York? Oh, in before New Year's. There you go, Odette. X metrics. Yeah, Odette Nerd, what are you up to? This is the beanie I was shouting out the other day when I was talking about how I got just a special beanie for the holiday. It's a good beanie, isn't it? It's still Christmas where I am. But yeah, Odette Nerd, what are you up to? How's your day going? I do not have Indian food on the way, so we're good. Hell yeah, Matrix. There you go. I know, I'm good. Like, I got fantastic music taste. So, X Metrics, hold on. You know Primus, you're a fan. Would you agree with this statement? The song Over the Electric Grapevine. Is that song basically me as a song, right? If you had to classify me as a song, is that one pretty close? Yeah, you got to go listen to it just to be sure. We just listened to it recently. But let me grab another soda. Oh, you're thinking of another song. We also just listened to Old Nut Butter's House of Treats. Oh, you're thinking I'm more like a Dead Kennedys or a Ramones song? Interesting. I don't even like the Ramones. Mindless self-indulgence. Yeah, 2 hookers and an 8-ball, obviously. Duh. You're an MSI song. There you go. So yeah, welcome people from the stream, from Odette Nerds. And yeah, what were you up to today? I'm sorry, and let me double check that. I just missed it. So a little pre-cookie coma stream fixing some small visual glitches in stuff. Some of your stock art had some random transparent pixels in them that were wigging out the edge shader. Oh, okay. I'm normally not a big fan of Sailing the Seas of Cheese. Tales from the Punch Bowl is definitely my favorite Primus album, but this song's killing it. Frizzle Fry is probably my second favorite album. But man, yeah, no, that song is nailing it. Not a fan of that part, though. I mean, this one's a classic. You're right. I don't know. People are right. There's some really good songs on Sailing the Seas. I just can't put it on from start to finish. And this one's a bit too heavy, actually. Yeah, no, it's a good one. It's just not good for right now. To defy the laws of tradition, though? Yeah, Frizzle Fry. My Name is Mud is on Pork Soda, which is a good album. Definitely not like a start to finish album, in my opinion, though. Like, there's some really good songs on it, like Mr. Crinkle. But as far as like an entire album as an experience, very few are like start to finish good, like Tales from the Punch Bowl. Frizzle Fry is also start to finish good. I think Pork Soda is what had Tommy the Cat, right? Which is also a fantastic song. But again, like, it's just not a perfect album from start to finish. God, this beanie's so itchy. Ah, yeah, Frizzle Fry is definitely a close second album. Yeah, I used to love the grenade gloves, like snowboard videos. Like one of them even had My Name is Mud on it. Like they always had the best like soundtracks. I think Robot Food was only slightly better. Usually skip that one, X Metrics. I feel like it takes a minute to get going, but oh, it's just super solid once it like gets its rhythm, right? Yeah, I don't think there's a single song I skip on Tales from the Punch Bowl. No, not a single song. I love when you find like a perfect album, right? Like where like there's not a single song you want to skip. Like even like Tool Enema. Those like filler tracks where there's like the baby crying in the thunderstorm or whatever. Even then, like it's a good spacer between the songs. Like you should probably listen to it to set the mood. Um, at the Drive-In Relationship of Command. That album is perfect from start to finish too. I'd say yeah, Smash as an album is great start to finish. Their other albums though, meh. Yeah. All right, so here's something though. We're not crashing, but we're not getting the data we actually care about. And you know what? Hold on. I believe it's because of actually how we're setting up these indexes. Business account ID should actually be tertiary. There you go, Eskimania. Yeah, no, Smash is like the original album. Smash released in the same year as Green Day's Dookie. I feel like Smash got overlooked because of how good Green Day's like Dookie album was. But yeah, Smash would have definitely gotten a lot more popular. It's still a really good album. Are we gonna have to go listen to Smash? I guess we gotta listen to it. Well, shit. Right? Like we'll try to listen to it start to finish. Not the whole thing, right? Come on, I got food to eat. Megadeth? I'm not a fan. I mean, they're better than Metallica, right? Like when it comes to that split, Megadeth versus Metallica, Dave Mustaine is way cooler. Hate me, meet the old me. Like, dude, that one song. Dude, what is that Megadeth song? Hold on. What is that one? Hey, me. It's me again. Is that Sweating Bullets? Is that the song? This is it. Dude, this is solid video. Meet the real me. This is solid, right? This is better than anything Metallica's ever done, in my opinion. It's a good, fun song. I don't want to hear the whole thing. But yeah, hold on. No, like, that stuff's all right. Yeah, like, there's not a single CCR album you want to play start to finish, though. Escamania, get out. Get out. Sorry, I used to work at a Target. The answer is no. I did work at Target during like the golden age of music, though, or at least like the golden age of Target music. Put the video up and mute it. That could be fun. But yeah, so I worked at Target during, like, let's say the year 2000 to 2002. During that time, oh man, like At the Drive-In, Relationship of Command was on like the recurring loop. It was a VHS that they would play. Yeah, that's old school. I believe Ben Folds, his Rockin' the Suburbs was also on that playlist. There's like a good, like, man, easily like 6 to 10 songs on that playlist that was really good. Like, there was also the bullshit, like Backstreet Boys and fucking NSYNC and blah, 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 right? Of course. So, but like, the good songs would be in like a block. So you could actually like time it, like knowing how long it was. And just like, as you're like, I forget the term they used to have, but like refreshing the aisles and stuff and grabbing a bunch of the bullshit, you could make your way back to the electronics department during the good part. It was really nice. And then sometimes they'd even like call you to like cover while like the electronics person was like on break or whatever. Zoning, that's the term. Thank you. Zoning. That was it. Yeah. So Xmetrics, I worked like all the jobs at Target because they kind of just make you. I started out cashier because they force everybody to learn cashier first. And then you can get out onto the floor for like zoning and some of that shit. Like, oh, that's nice. That's real nice. There's the people that work the back of the house. And then there's like the overnight, like stocking crew. I never did the overnight crew. I only did like day to day because I was still in high school. But I even worked at like the food court. I've done like, I learned how to fold clothes because I worked at a Target. Like I know how to fold a t-shirt and a hoodie and all that stuff in like a good presentational way. I can do all that. Like soft lines for sure. I actually didn't mind soft lines. It was chill. People hated it. I don't know why. You can just go disappear and like half your shift is just like spent refolding a bunch of shit. Target. Yeah. Don't try to French it up, dirt. Yeah, soft lines was actually fine. And at least like this was back in the era where they didn't make dudes do anything in the lingerie section. So I didn't have to touch that shit. Yeah, exactly. Like you can just zone out. Yeah, this early 2000s as well, David. Yep. Like year 2000 to like year 2002. And I used the experience I had in the food court to lie my way into my first job at Mount Hood. I got on as like a line cook in pantry because I said I totally did stuff with food at a Target food court. Totally. Why not? Like, yeah, easy. And they needed someone like that day to train them up because they had someone going on vacation. So I got really, really, really lucky. No, like I actually worked the food court like like while I was working, like I was breaking out the main dude that worked there pretty much every time. But it meant that I learned how to microwave a pretzel. Like all that BS. Fun fact, the dude that worked at that food court at Target would give away a lot of food. And I don't know if, like, people who've worked there know this. They're not going to get you in trouble for the first thing you give away. They're going to wait till you've given away thousands upon thousands of dollars of free food, because then they can hit you with a felony. They're not going to waste their time firing an employee for a misdemeanor. They're going to wait till you're at, like, felony level. Yeah, exactly. I think it was like $600 before it's felony. Maybe it's changed now. I'm not sure. But yeah, this dude gave away like thousands of dollars worth of free food. It could have changed. I don't know. Back then it was 600. And yes, did I get some free food from him? Yes, absolutely. But they never got me. Because I only ate free food. I didn't give away the free food. I do remember some people being bummed because I was working the food court instead of this dude that would totally hook him up. Was it food that was going to go to waste? No. This is like mid shift at like as like employees are on their break, you know. Uh Gotta Get Away. This song was on this album? I don't remember this song. I thought it like kicked us to a different playlist. We're still on the Smash like full playthrough. Bad Habit, like the song before it, solid. Oh yeah. No, I know this song. Okay, yeah, never mind. I don't know why my brain blanked it out. My favorite part about Offspring is that nothing they do is like technically hard. Like at all. Like none of it is actually hard to play on any instrument. But they do a good job of like making good music, you know? I think that's actually like powerful, you know? Yeah, I mean, you could look at like Blink 182 and their drummer's a fucking god, you know? Right? Like you can look at Incubus and their guitarist and bassist and drummers are gods, you know? Yeah, dude, like that's the thing. Like some bands just have like godlike musicians. Good luck playing that shit for a cover. Yeah, Travis Barker is a god on drums. He really is. The drummer from Incubus, the guitarist from Incubus, the bassist from Incubus. They're all really good at what they do. I don't know if I've ever seen this music video. I don't know who that is. Who is that, X Metrics? What band are they in? Are they like the Sepultura drummer or something? Oh, hold on, wait. He's the guy that like he can like one hand drum like a bunch of songs, right? Yeah. I know that dude. Yeah. He's fucking really good. Yeah, he's amazing. Matt McGuire. I'm not familiar. But thank you for the follow there, Studpoo and Fenfi. Joey Jordison. What band was that person in? I'm a terrible drummer. I can do a 4/4, I can do a 3/4, I can do some like other bullshit like drumming. My paradiddles and flamadiddles are fucking terrible. I can do an okay drum roll, but it's not seamless, you know? But yeah, like I can drum a little bit, you know? My favorite drummer is obviously Danny Carey. Like Brain and Primus, he's all right. Danny Carey, though, oh my god, it's such a pleasure to watch that dude drum. Ooh, ooh. Like fuzzy feelings watching that one like Numa like live drumming video. Holy shit, dude. Like so good. Another one of my favorite drumming things is like Chad, whatever his name is, from Red Hot Chili Peppers, had never heard 30 Seconds to Mars, like their one good song. He'd never heard it before. And basically, you know, like, okay, I hear the song, I'm going to drum along to it, and basically recreated the entire drum beat without even hearing the drum beat, right? Like, holy shit, dude. Yeah, Will Ferrell. Yeah, for sure. But the fact that he, like, listened to, like, a 30 Seconds to Mars song, and within, like, 30 seconds, actually played it better than their drummer, like, holy shit, dude. Oh, Linux developer. That's fine. No, I didn't. No, I didn't mean to ignore you. I'm sorry there, Linux. Like, no, it's fine. I missed it. Come on, take it easy. Don't take offense that way. I just missed stuff. I'm sorry, Linux developer, but like, come on, man. So yeah, Linux developer, do you actually want to hear a response to your question, or are you already gone? Because I will say, like, just ask the question again sometimes. If I missed it, you can just ask again. Okay, so 1 second. But dude, like, don't get bummed if I miss a question. It just means I missed it. None of that is intentional. You'll know when it's intentional. I will roll my eyes when I see your questions. I'm not good at, like, hiding my disdain for people. If I didn't like you, you would know it. You would know it, okay? So, have I listened to Jay Schlatt's Christmas album? It's unironically as good, like Nat King Cole or Sinatra. Jay Schlatt is like a streamer or something? There you go, X Metrics. Yeah, he's like a YouTuber. Does he actually do the songs, or did he just compile the album? He actually sings the songs. Oh, that sounds cool. I've never even heard of him. Like, I've seen some of his stuff randomly, like on YouTube, or actually like on Reddit, where people just like say random things, or hit like his subreddit makes it to the front page sometimes. But yeah, like, I'm not familiar with Jay Schlatt at all. But yeah, how you doing, Kevin, Mr. Sir? How you like my beanie? It's shaking like that because there's a cat in the tree. They're about to burn the house down. So lore is someone made an AI song as him, as Frank Sinatra, and then he ended up doing his own music. Oh, that's actually really cool. Yeah, I've been meaning to record some of my own music and release it to wherever. Like, for sure. I'm just slacking, you know? Oh, you've been lurking for a minute? Okay. Yeah, Merry Christmas, man. For sure. We should play some League again sometime soon. Dude, in like the blind pick, I've been stomping as some Singed. Like, I've been on fire, man. Like, I can only carry as much as a Singed can carry, but man, dude, I've been killing it. Ranked? No, I'd get beat. But ooh, blind pick? Yeah, let's play some blind pick. But yeah, X Metrics. I think I'm like, I agree. Like, dude, yeah, Smash is like yeah, it's a start to finish album. It really is. It is a start to finish album for sure. We'll let this song finish, and then like the next two are like the good ones come out and play in Self-Esteem. And then yeah, we'll switch to something else. I mean, that's League. Like, you know, it'll be fine. Are you playing any other games, Kevin? Like, are you on the Path of Exile 2 train at all? But yeah, Linux developer. I'm sorry, I did not mean to ignore you, but please, you know, it will be very obvious if I'm not like stoked on you. Like it's really obvious, I think. So, yeah, please don't take any offense by me missing a message. Oh, you've been lurking. Oh, shit. I've been playing Fortnite, Silent Hill 2, and a couple other games. Okay. Like, are you into, like, the RPG style games? Because there's a couple coming out here that are looking really good. There's Avowed. That's by, like, Obsidian. They made Fallout New Vegas and Baldur's Gate 1 and 2. That is like my most anticipated game at the moment, Avowed. But then there's also going to be Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. That's coming in February as well. So yeah, if you're into like the RPGs, I highly recommend like looking towards those. Yeah. This is a classic song. Here's my favorite bit. Here's a little bit of trivia. Dexter Holland is actually like, I believe he has a master's in chemistry. He was going to college before they made it big, right? University. And that you got to keep them separated line is actually something that his professor told him about some like chemicals he was working with for his chemical engineering degree or whatever. Like, dude, it's crazy. He's a fucking genius. He has a master's in chemical engineering or something like that. And yeah, that entire, like, gotta keep them separated is something that his professor said. And he's like, oh, that's a good lyric. All right, there we go. And the history is made. God, it's such a classic song. Demon Core. What is Demon Core? All right, hold up. No, you guys get a free beanie list while I let my fucking poor forehead air out. Like, dude, I've just been scratching. Because this beanie is just so itchy. And just look at how bald this guy is. Like, dude. Like, Lex Luthor vibes. Like, dude, holy shit, man. 5 head? No. I'm working on my 6 head. It is super itchy. Like, it's really bad. Ugh. Demon Core? Yeah, I've never even heard of it. Ugh. This is my favorite song on this album. Like the bass line. Right? Like they got this part, but then when it kicks to just like the bass line, like, ooh. This part right here, like, I think this part cemented me wanting to be a bassist. Plot twist, I never actually learned this bass riff. I should probably learn this bass riff. Is it molecular biology? I thought it was chemical engineering that he was going to school for, though. Okay, so I had that wrong? My bad. I could have sworn he was going for chemical engineering, but yeah, no, you're probably right. Biology and molecular biology. Okay. Hold on. I think they do intertwine, and that's why I think it was probably like a chemistry class or something. But yeah, come out and play, keep them separated. Inspiration? In a lab, cooling Erlenmeyer flasks full of hot liquids. So it was in the chemistry lab. Yeah, that must be where I just mixed those up. Now hold on. Is it fucking Dolph Lundgren that has a chemical engineering degree? Did I mix those two up? Okay, so I think I like mixed those two up in my head. Dolph Lundgren has a master's in chemical engineering. Like, I knew Dexter Holland was like chemistry related, but yeah, no, it's not the same thing. All right, so yeah. Like, I don't know, my brain mixes these things up sometimes. That's my fault. And yeah, did y'all know Dolph Lundgren's a fucking genius? You'd never guess it from his films, especially because of like the films he's chosen. You know, like, oh shit. Dolph Lundgren's smart? Shouldn't he have picked some better roles then? All right, so hold on. Linux developer, you had a comment that we should give a quick listen to some stuff from Jay Schlatt, right? And wait, what hometown is Dexter Holland from? Yeah, this is a little too slow for my vibe right now, but no, it's really good. Man, YouTuber got some chops. Hell yeah, man. YouTuber's got some chops. Orange County. Okay. What other throwback songs should we throw on right now? Oh, hold on. X Metrics. We took this trip to Garden Grove. It smells like Blue Dog inside the van. Oh, yeah. This ain't no funky reggae party. $5 at the door. It gets so real sometimes. Yeah, dude, I love that song, Garden Grove. I got the microwave, got the VCR. I got the deuce deuce. Like, dude, I actually love that fucking song. That song's good, man. Yeah, we're gonna listen to it for sure. Presidents are good. I got to see them live in concert at Enfest here in Seattle, or like Seattle-ish. What are we doing, Kindo? I mean, we're enjoying Christmas at the moment while debugging an issue we have with trying to query for some data, and we're not finding it right. Oh, yeah. Who wrote my rhymes? I got the deuce deuce. Yeah, sorry. Love this shit. Oh, yeah. You're a fool and don't fuck around with my dog. Fill up my garage. Pull over, there's a reason why my soul's unsound. I feel like this is slower than the original. Yeah, this is slower than like the record version. Finding roaches in the pot. They're waiting for you. Dude, yeah, this is a good song. I believe the lyric is saying, fuck this. Fuck this. Now we'll pick a faster song. I got music I can play, man. No, I got music I'll pick. Come on, take it easy. It's a good song. I like this one. It's a good cover. Be careful Googling for this song. Like, this link is fine, but there's a version of this that has a music video that is comprised of like 70s porno clips in which like the words people are saying kind of like match up with what the lyrics are saying, like lip syncing wise, but very much not safe for work. All right, so back to it. Yeah, for some reason, this key is no good. So yeah, a lot of the problem we have with this like data fetching in general is querying by a lot of this stuff is actually kind of tough. And I don't remember all of it, which means that we actually have a documentation issue. And Semsi, hold on, I can look. You've been following since February 2nd, 2023. So you're just like basically a month away from your follow-versary. So yeah, how you doing, Semsi? The fact that you're almost at a year following, but you haven't actually like chatted a single time, that's kind of crazy, man. That's like a skill. Good job. To think you broke the fucking not chatting streak by seeing how long you've been following and the bot didn't even work. Dude, that's the worst. What the fuck? Seal is broken. Speaking of Seal being broken, I gotta go pee. Just give me a sec. I gotta go pee. Like, I was thinking about like, oh no, but then you mentioned breaking the seal and now I Okay, so I'm not especially stoked on it. Oh my god. I gotta take some of these bottles out of this room. But yeah, we were listening to a song titled "Burning Down the House," and then fire alarms went off. Not here in my apartment, which is nice, but we did hear them. Yeah, Nori's X metrics. Like, this might be a good problem to leave off on. Now, key name there is wrong. This ends up needing to be tertiary. All right, so I broke something. So I think sort or start key and sort key are getting us a little mixed up. Query condition missed key schema element. And we're getting that from the AWS SDK. Not what we're actually trying to build. Like, this is... Sure, I get that, like, key schema element. So we see that our query here right? And we're just looking for tertiary key to be equal to tertiary key here. All right, so it's almost 9 p.m. I do have work in the morning, but I have no meetings tomorrow, but I do need to record some like video stuff for work. So I should make sure I get food in my belly in time to play some games, in time to go to sleep at a reasonable hour and wake up at the crack of 9 or 10 p.m. Or sorry, a.m. And yeah, record some stuff for work to prove that I'm doing work, man. Like yeah, like I don't know. As a developer advocate, sometimes it feels like I'm slacking. No, it's not butter chicken night. I'm going to be doing some chicken chow mein. I normally do a pork chow mein, but I've been thawing the chicken and we're going to give it a try. I'm going to season it basically the same way and we'll see how it like changes the flavor. So I'm going to do like some homemade chicken chow mein. Hold on, wait. This is a good song, but wait. Uh, what's that Canadian band? Hold on. Chickadee China, the Chinese chicken. You have a drumstick and your brain starts ticking. What is that band? Hold on. You know that band. They're Canadian. No, that's not Smash Mouth. They're like the Canadian Smash Mouth. Nope. Not even close there. X Metrics. Nope. Bare Naked Ladies. Yeah, they're like the Canadian Smash Mouth. There we go. One week since you looked at me, and said I'm sorry. Like, yeah, exactly, dude. That's the song. Here we go. I don't know why the song made me think of this. All right, we'll let this song play real quick, but then yeah, it was just the chickadee China, the Chinese chicken, like that line. Like, dude, it's so like weird and awful. Aquaman. I have a history of taking off my shirt. Yeah, exactly. Like some of these lyrics are really fun, actually. Yeah, this is like a classic song. I would say, dude, Jimmy Eat World is way better, actually. Like, dude. Hold on. No, yeah. All right, we'll listen to that song together, too. This song is, like, legitimately good. It's the only one they have, but still. Bleed American. Dude. This song is legitimately good. This was on my snowboard mix for years. Like, this was on my snowboard mix when my snowboard mix was on a CD. And yes, I snowboarded with a fucking CD player right here. I'm not crazy because I take the right pills every day. This is on your skating mix. Yeah, it's a solid song. This song's a diagonal bop for sure. Yeah, bopology is definitely something I need to make a YouTube video about. There is no such thing as an X bop. There is a V bop. I believe an X bop is just an exaggerated V bop. Right? So like math, you can just reduce it. The A bop, right? You do the diagonal that way, and then you do like a random like sideways one. I'll accept it. I don't think it's an official bop style. I think it's just like a variation on the V bop. There's the side bop, which I'm doing right now, which does kind of fit. I think this song would actually be better with like the Stevie Wonder Infinity bop. Right? Compared to the V bop or the A bop. You can totally like Stevie Wonder. You can Stevie Wonder any song, basically. Right? Stevie Wonder's just that good. You can infinity bop any song. Is it the most appropriate? No, but it's never the least appropriate. And again, bopology. It's science. If you don't get it, you will eventually. But yeah, let's go raid somebody. It's time for me to go cook some chow mein. That sounds just plain delicious. So who do we go raid? We had a good holiday stream. I was spending at least the first half of it recovering from overdoing the holiday eve stream. Which was just fantastic. And yeah, let's go raid someone. Damn, Danny Stem's hair is getting really long. Wow. But yeah, we raided her 2 days ago. So yeah. Let's raid someone else. Who's even going right now? Rods G. Oh, they don't have a camera though. I'm just saying, if you want to get a raid in this category, like having a camera is kind of table stakes. You don't have to, but man, it really helps. Is there someone we haven't raided yet that we should raid? I see Hypnotic Games is doing day of boxes, like Boxing Day stream stuff. Sure. Chi-Chi Impact, good stuff too. Programmer Live? Okay. It's actually tough trying to find a stream at this time. Roni Rollin. Merry, Merry, Miss, Happy New Year? Or Happy You Near? I mean, that's kind of fun. What are they doing? He looks like a Chat GPT driven developer, but what's he making? Is that Java? I don't know. Let's go raid a brand new stream, right? One we haven't raided before. Why not? Why not? So we'll go check it out. Roni Rollin. I don't know. This dude is wearing glasses. I think they're like AI situated though. Those don't look like real glasses to me. Oh, Rickety Man. Yeah, thank you for hanging out. Like, we had a really good stream today. I'll be streaming tomorrow, too. I just got to get a little bit of work done in the morning before I can justify launching upstream tomorrow. If I can get some stuff recorded tomorrow morning before noon, I'll launch up at noon. Why not? But I do have to, like, record some video stuff for work. And we'll figure that out, you know? So yeah, let's go right into Roni Rollin. Everyone over on YouTube, thank you all for hanging out. Appreciate you. I'm going to stop the YouTube stream and